second, the Mercedes tore through them. The sound was deafening. Witnesses later described it as an explosion, followed by the shrill scrape of twisting steel and shattering glass. The mopeds were demolished. Both young men were thrown to the asphalt, their bodies helpless against the violence of impact. Drivers slammed on brakes, jumped from their cars, dialed 911 with shaking hands, but the damage was already done. Paramedics raced to the scene under the glare of emergency lights. Enrique was found unresponsive. He was rushed to Jacobi Medical Center, but doctors could only declare what everyone feared. He was gone. Manuel, clinging to life, was transported to Montefiore Hospital. Within the hour, he too was pronounced dead. 2 lives erased in the span of a heartbeat, and still, the tragedy deepened. Police said the Mercedes driver Mauricio showed clear signs of intoxication. He failed the field sobriety test and was immediately taken into custody. Prosecutors later hit him with charges of vehicular manslaughter, driving while intoxicated, and operating while impaired. What began as a single reckless driver became a chain reaction disaster. 7 vehicles involved, their frames twisted and scattered across the pavement. The parkway turned into a graveyard of crumpled steel and broken glass. Floodlights illuminating the investigators as they traced skid marks and photographed what was left behind. By the next morning, the Bronx was in mourning. Friends and family of Enrique and Manuel gathered at the crash site, placing flowers, candles, and handwritten notes on the guardrail. Grief poured out in words and tears. Enrique's cousins said he was like a big brother to everyone. Manuel's childhood friend remembered him as the kind of person who would hand you his last dollar without hesitation. Both young men had been working toward better futures. Both futures were stolen. For residents near the parkway, this wasn't shocking. It was infuriating. One man who lived nearby told reporters, "People speed here all the time. They weave in and out like it's a racetrack." He had seen it before, but this time it cost 2 families everything. Now, funerals are being planned instead of milestones celebrated. 2 mothers will bury their sons, while a 21-year-old driver sits in a cell awaiting his fate. The investigation continues, but the truth is already undeniable. 2 young men are dead, not because of bad luck, not because of fate, but because someone thought they could drink, drive, and outrun the consequences. Nick Adenhart's story is one of the most heartbreaking what-could-have-been tales in baseball history, and the tragedy that struck him in April 2009 still lingers in the memory of fans, teammates, and anyone who followed the sport. Just hours before his life was cut short, Adenhart, a 22-year-old pitcher for the Los Angeles Angels, had delivered the kind of performance that suggested his career was about to take off 6 scoreless innings against the Oakland Athletics. Display of poise and talent that made people believe he might become a cornerstone of the Angels rotation. But in the early hours of April 9, 2009, as he rode through Fullerton, California, in a Mitsubishi Eclipse with 3 friends, his life and the lives of others were stolen in an instant. A Toyota minivan, driven by 22-year-old Andrew Thomas Gallo, blew through a red light at high speed and slammed into their car. The crash killed Adenhart, 20-year-old student and aspiring sports agent Courtney Stewart, and
they bleep out the word
Henry
kill,
Pearson.
but it's a whole channel talking about death.
Miraculously survived, despite an injury doctors call internal
Funny
decapitation.
how they
Something
can
so
blur it,
severe
they're
that
going to
most
blur out
never
the
lived
word
to tell
kill,
the
but
tale. Investigators quickly revealed that
Sesame
Gallo was
Street,
driving drunk, with a blood alcohol content more than twice the
about
legal
how
limit,
Mr.
and had a
Hooper
prior
died.
DUI conviction, as well as a suspended license. To make matters worse, he fled the scene on foot,
channel
leaving
that talks
behind
about
the
death is
devastation
going to
he
blur out
caused.
the
The
word
details
kill,
were shocking,
but Sesame
what
Street's
stung
going to
most
make a
for
whole
fans
episode
was the
about
cruel
death.
timing.
And
Adenhart had
Mr.
finally
Hooper
overcome
dying.
injuries,
That's
surgeries,
hilarious.
and the grind of minor league baseball to
People
earn his
just
place in the
can't
majors, and within
deal with the
hours
truth
of
these
proving he
days.
belonged, his life was gone. The baseball world responded in grief and disbelief. The Angels postponed their next game, and when they returned to the field, they played with heavy hearts, wearing black patches with Adenhart's number 34. At Angel Stadium, a spontaneous memorial grew as fans left flowers, jerseys, caps, and handwritten notes. Teammates, many
And
choking
like
back
I said,
tears, spoke of his
I
dedication, his quiet
can't see your
confidence, and how
messages.
much
I
he
have
loved the
hidden
game
the chat
off the
until
field.
I take
The
care
legal
of
process
the
unfolded.
thing.
In 2010, Andrew Gallo was convicted of 3 counts of
I'm sure a lot
second-degree
of,
murder,
if you don't
as
know
well
what
as
the thing
DUI
is,
and
I'm going to
hit-and-run
do a
charges,
video
and sentenced to 51 years to life in prison. A
explaining what
verdict
it
that
is.
brought a sense of justice, but no true
One
comfort
time
to the
and one
families
time
who had
only.
lost so much. In the years since, Adenhart's memory has been kept alive through scholarships, dedications, and tributes. A Little League field in Maryland, where he grew up, was renamed in his honor, the Cedar Rapids. Colonels retired his jersey, and the Angels ensured his presence remained in their clubhouse. Survivor John Wilhite's recovery became a story of resilience as he defied grim odds, underwent groundbreaking spinal surgery, and later returned to the Angels' spring training as a symbol of hope in the midst of tragedy. Looking back more than a decade later, Adenhart's story is not just about a promising athlete lost too soon, but also about the senseless devastation that drunk driving can cause. His death serves as a sobering reminder of how fragile life is and how reckless decisions can ripple outward, destroying dreams, families, and futures. And yet, in the way his teammates, community, and even strangers rallied to honor his memory, Adenhart continues to make an impact far beyond the baseball diamond, a legacy not built on stats or victories, but on the inspiration and cautionary lessons his story leaves behind. It was July 6, 2025, in Indian River County, Florida. 87-year-old Frank J. Quinn, a quiet man from Vermont who had spent his life avoiding risk. He was calm, respectful, the kind of person you'd never expect to be at the center of something tragic. Yet on this day, he made a decision that would change everything. As Frank drove along the southbound lanes, he noticed something small but significant. A turtle inching its way across the highway. Most drivers would have looked past it, assuming nature would take its course. But Frank wasn't like most drivers.
Just found out yesterday I have $70-some, so I'm gonna go to Walmart and get some things before I put anything else in the laundry.
Shoulder, stepped out of his car, and moved toward the chaos of rushing vehicles. Picture it. Cars flying by at over 70 miles per hour, the air thick with heat and danger. Yet Frank's focus was only on that turtle. He looked for a gap, for a moment of safety, and then began walking across the highway. To him, it was an act of kindness. To everyone else, it was a moment holding its breath, balanced on the edge of disaster. And then it happened. A woman in a 2020 Mazda CX-9 noticed Frank ahead. She slowed her car, trying to avoid hitting him. But behind her, barreling forward at high speed, was a 2020 Dodge 3500 pickup. Its driver, a 53-year-old man from Port St. Lucie, didn't react in time. The truck smashed into the back of the Mazda. The crash so violent it sent the SUV spinning off the road and into a fence. Metal twisted, glass shattered, but somehow the woman inside climbed out, shaken but unharmed. Frank wasn't so lucky. The pickup, still surging from the collision, kept moving forward. In the next instant, it struck him. The impact was brutal, hurling his body across the lanes until he landed on the far side of the highway. Everything he had risked, everything he had hoped to save, ended in that single second. Emergency responders arrived quickly, sirens cutting through the thick summer air, but there was nothing they could do. Frank was gone. His family, traveling nearby, had to face the unthinkable, watching the life of someone they loved so dearly end in front of them, all because he had chosen compassion over caution. Hours passed before the southbound lanes reopened. Drivers complained about the traffic jam, about being stuck in the heat, but those who had seen what happened weren't thinking about the inconvenience. They couldn't shake the image of an elderly man who gave his last act of kindness to a turtle on the highway. And the strangest part, no one even knows what happened to the turtle. Did it survive? Did it slip away unnoticed into the grass? Or was it lost in the chaos, the silent cause of a tragedy that left one life forever gone? May 1st, 2025, Yellowstone, Idaho. The sun was setting over the mountains, washing Highway 20 in a golden glow. That stretch of road, just 16 miles west of Yellowstone National Park, was alive with spring tourists, eager to catch one final glimpse of nature's beauty before nightfall pulled its curtain. In the eastbound lane, a white Mercedes tour van rolled forward, carrying 14 passengers. They were families, friends, travelers from China and Italy, excited and exhausted after a day of wonder inside the park. Their driver, a 46-year-old man from California, kept his hand steady on the wheel. That two-lane road was familiar to him, and he treated it with respect. In the opposite lane, a black Dodge Ram approached. Behind the wheel was 25-year-old Isaiah Moreno from Humble, Texas. People who saw him that evening would later describe the same thing. A truck swerving in and out of its lane, too fast for the curves, too reckless for a road so narrow. What they didn't know then, but investigators would later confirm, was that Moreno was carrying more than just a pickup down that highway. He was carrying a poison in his bloodstream. His blood alcohol level was 0.20%, more than double the legal limit. At 7:15 p.m., everything changed. The Dodge Ram drifted across the center line, directly into the path of the tour van. The collision was violent, unforgiving.
Get that off there for a moment. sure y'all don't want to hear all about that. Apparently not. It's good. What? What's gonna be as possible? Yeah, that's gonna be difficult. Spin next. This way. This. There you go. Now. Next. One of this popped up. Now with my trash bag. I think I just cracked my back doing that. These are fairways. Yeah. Alright. This garbage chest I use, I like to hydrate. Peanut butter bliss. Oh, that's a recipe. I thought that was this was peanut butter flavor. Vanilla. Here soy's healthy for you, so switching it out from water to soy for a moment. And that's good. I haven't really been doing anything, taking time to just drink all day because I've been running around getting these piles of laundry washed, hung and dried. Just tastes like a great big hug for my dried out mouth. I'm gonna make a little napkin out of this. Use running my kind of laundry. I should probably make myself a shopping list. While I sit here and hydrate. I'm going to be going to Walmart at 6 a.m. because that's when it opens, and I'm not trying to go anytime later than that because I don't like being out in that heat. I might as well just stay up. It's already 12. I've been doing this laundry shit for almost 4 days now. It does take a long time, and you do it all by hand. But when you finally, if you do it all by hand and taking a long time, the feeling of completing it is so exhilarating. Taking that one last load down off the shower curtain and then jumping in the shower with a little bit of laundry detergent in your hand, and you take your clothes off and just lather that shit up, the clothes that you were wearing while you were house cleaning, and then just cleaning yourself up after all that cleaning, and then putting something cozy and fuzzy and comfortable on, and sitting down to watch a good show, and then jumping in bed to lay down and feel the cleanliness of the sheets. And, oh, it's such a wonderful feeling. You don't get that feeling when you run a whole household's worth of laundry through the washer and dryer in less than 3 hours. Now that feeling is earned. You know, I still got a lot of clothes inside that closet too to do. But I put a major dent in it already. and those bags may look full that are on the floor, but that's only because I picked some more clothes up from the pantry. So yeah, they are a little bit full. But that's because I added to them. I've been moving surprisingly fast with all this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bags left. And then I'm gonna have to grab some more out of the bottom of that closet. I think I'm gonna do a video on my other phone while I'm sitting here on this one on my live stream and explain the thing one time and one time only, and then after I explain it, I'm just gonna call it the thing no matter what is asked. So while I'm here live entertaining you and getting my watch hours in, I shall be explaining the thing on this one. And I should be getting my other UAP. My UAP. Hold this phone either. That'll work. Hold on. Is that good? One that work. Yeah, I think it's better that way. Yeah, that angle is better. Nope. Stop it. Oh, that's what I used to do. Haven't used this one in a long time. What is up, YouTube? Just Bristow, the Horny Homemaker. I am doing this video as a reference for any time you hear me say the phrase "the thing." So, if anyone wants to know what I'm talking about when I say "the thing," this is the one last time I will be talking about it without just saying "the thing." Okay, so if you guys are familiar with the TV show The Nanny with Fran Drescher, there was an episode where she's on a plane with Maxwell Sheffield, and they are going through some turbulence, and Mr. Sheffield says he loves her, and then they realize that they're going to be fine. The plane just had a little bit of turbulence, a little bit of bumps. So once he realized that he was going to be fine, he told Fran that he takes it back. He said he loved her, and then he took it back. So that's where I got this idea for calling it the thing. So when I was living with my parents back in 2017, 2018, I had this cat that I was madly in love with. You know, I spoiled her. She was my world. She was the very core of my world. She was everything that ever meant anything to me, and I wanted a second chance to be a good cat dad, because the first time I had this cat Sassy, who grew old when I was in jail and in a group home because my parents couldn't tolerate me being gay. And I was living back home with them um, after I escaped the group home and ran away to New York. And I fought with all my might to get home just to be with Sassy because I love her too. I got her in 1996 when I was 6 years old, and she died in 2016. She was 20. So in 2000, I promised myself and Sassy on her deathbed that I would never love a cat again. And when I was in New York going to a Golden Girls trivia night, I was in full blown makeup and drag and all that, dressed up as Blanche, and I wore that makeup and all the way back home to Maryland. And my mother's at the top of the stairs. She's like, Chase, I got something to show you. And I'm like, oh God, am I in trouble? She's like, no, but you might want to take that makeup off. You're going to scare it. I said, scare it? Don't tell me you got a kitten. She takes me to the bathroom. There was Sophie. I didn't even want to go anywhere near her. And my parents would go to work and I would stay home. And for 3 days, I just didn't go in the bathroom. They told me to keep the door shut so she knew where she could figure out where her litter box and her food bowl and water bowl were. So I had no problem with that because I did not want to fall in love with this cat. Well, 3 days in, and I'm bored, so I go take a little peek on the fur bowl. She runs out. I panic. Call my parents. She's out. What do I do? Oh, that's fine. She's been in there for 3 days. She knows where it is. Just let her explore the house now. So I'm laying down. I don't know where she is, and I don't care. I don't want her anywhere near me because I promised my other cat that passed away that I would never love another cat again. And I'm sitting there watching TV, and here's this little fur ball is jumping on my chest and doing what's called kneading, and which is massage, like a little bit of a massage, and I just felt like such a piece of shit for ignoring her and just trying not to love her. And here she is, just so full of love, jumped on my chest and doing that. I start bawling my eyes out. She takes her little paws and dabs my tears, dries my tears. And I said to her, I promised her, I said, Sophie, I promise you I will never leave you. I will always be with you. And then my parents, in 2018, they threw me out. And they said, when you get your own apartment and live there for 3 months, so we know you're doing well, you can have her back. So here I am traveling the entire country for 6 years. I'm traveling, doing looking all over. I'm not just limiting myself to one state. I am traveling all over this country: California, Oklahoma, Wisconsin, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Iowa. I'm all over the country looking for an affordable apartment. And with knowing that my parents have told me, once you get your own apartment, you can have Sophie back. Once you get there and live there for 3 months. Okay. So October 2024. I'm here in St. Louis and I move in October 8th. November, December, January. And I'm thinking January I'm getting Sophie. So I start pestering my father in January of 2025. And they've come up with endless excuses as to why they can't come here. Basically, they made this promise to me, and now that I got this apartment, they took it back. And so I'm going to be going to court, and I'm going to be printing out at a library or having one of my uh, co-volunteers at the church who has access to a printer print out a request for replevin. And a replevin is something that is basically a court order where the judge is telling somebody, you need to return this person's property to them. They want their property back, and you need to give it back to them. And so I'm going to be doing that on September 15th if I don't have Sophie by the 14th. And I'm also going to be filing a lawsuit against my parents for hate crimes against the homosexual, abuse on a mentally challenged, not mentally challenged, mentally disabled, autism. I'm not like the type of person that says, oh, I'm autistic, don't bother me. No, but I am going to pull that card in court so I can add a charge. So, hate crimes, abuse on special needs, because I do have Asperger's, a form of autism, bipolar depression, anxiety. So that's a hate crime, along with being gay. Mental abuse, emotional abuse, theft of property, um, defamation of character because they've probably uh, dragged my name through the mud, and I'm gonna get a lawsuit on them for all that too. Once I get my foot in the door of the court, first and foremost it's going to be that replevin, and then from there I'll be pressing charges on all those things and suing my parents. So that is the thing. So whenever I tell people I'm going to take care of the thing and they wonder what's the thing, please refer to this video because it explains the whole thing. Basically getting Sophie back and getting my property back. Because my father, no, taking care of the thing is getting Sophie and my property back. The thing is my father telling me for 6 years that once you get your own apartment, you can get your cat and your property. And then taking it back. So that's the thing. Taking care of it would be having everything in my possession. Now you know the thing. And I will never ever speak of this again until I take care of the thing. So if you want to know what the thing is, I hope you're watching this video. That was painful. That was hard to do. There. Now anybody who wants to know what the thing is, there it is. Yep. Now, I will say this, if anybody wants to help me take care of the thing sooner, you can contact my mother by using Google to fill in what I'm leaving out. When I say, her name is Brenda Bristow and she works at Court and Main Fire Protection in Columbia, Maryland. You know, what's crazy is I wouldn't be so unreachable if I didn't have people constantly harassing me and treating me like shit and not knowing how to leave me alone. But it's because of those people that I have become so anti comments or chat or whatever. I've become very private, hard to get a hold of. The only way people can reach me now is by requesting a cameo. I mean, unless you're like somebody I know personally that I haven't met from YouTube or the internet. But if I don't know you like face to face in person, I'm not gonna let you have my information anymore or leave comments over. Because my peace matters. And that being said, it is time for some mental health awareness. I like to do this while I'm hydrating, just so people can get some insight on some mental health, because I think everybody needs to hear this shit. Huh? Red Tie. Signs your family is a cult, not love.
Does your family feel more like a prison than a place of love and support?
Yeah.
Do you feel like you're walking on eggshells or sacrificing your peace to keep the family together?
Yes.
A family is meant to be a place of support, trust, and love. But sometimes it can feel controlling, secretive, or isolating. Almost like a cult. In this video, we're going to talk about the signs that your family might be acting more like a cult than a supportive unit. Let's begin. Isolation from the outside world. According to Dr. Stephanie, a family counselor and clinical social worker, families with a cult-like mindset often see outsiders as a threat. They may teach you not to trust others from a young age and expect you to rely only on the family, never trusting anyone outside of it. You might be discouraged from making close friends or bonding emotionally with anyone outside the family. If someone new, like a partner or friend, doesn't fit into the family's way of thinking, they're often pushed away. But isolation isn't the only way families can exert control. The rules can't be questioned. In some families, certain people are seen as always right and their word is final. If you question them, you might be guilt-tripped, lashed out at, or even punished. In healthy families, everyone's opinions are heard and open conversations are encouraged. When that's not the case, it can leave you feeling like your voice doesn't matter. This isn't how you should feel in a loving family. If this sounds familiar, you can start by journaling your thoughts or seeking advice from someone you trust outside the family dynamics to gain perspective. Secrets are more important than honesty. You might hear things like, "What happens in this family stays in this family," for instance. If a parent insists you hide their bad behavior, like a drinking problem, constant arguments, or even abuse, and says, "Don't you dare tell anyone, this is family business," it prioritizes secrecy over your well-being. Cult-like families insist on keeping everything private, even when there are serious problems. Talking about family problems might be seen as betrayal, but real love doesn't demand silence at the cost of your mental health. You're always walking on eggshells. Do you constantly watch what you say or do to avoid upsetting someone? For instance, your father is in a bad mood today, so you tiptoe around the house avoiding making noise or asking him anything, because you're worried it might set him off. In a healthy family, you wouldn't have to live in fear of someone's mood dictating your actions. If you feel like the smallest mistake could lead to tension or arguments, it's not a healthy family dynamic. In a healthy family, you feel safe to express yourself without fear or criticism or conflict. Love shouldn't make you feel anxious all the time, sacrificing your needs to fix or save others. Taking care of family members is important, but it should never come at the expense of your own well-being. You can't pour from an empty cup. Helping others doesn't mean ignoring your needs or becoming responsible for their choices. For example, if your sibling constantly gets into financial trouble, then you keep giving them money, even though it's affecting your own ability to pay bills or save, that's sacrificing your well-being to fix their problem. Supporting them is important, but it shouldn't come at the cost of your own stability. Love comes with strings attached. It's like being a puppet where their approval pulls the strings on your happiness. In families like this, you might only feel loved or accepted when you're doing what they want. Maybe you've been asked to sacrifice your needs, dreams, or even relationships to keep the family happy. That's not love. That's control. Remaining loyal to destructive patterns. Family loyalty shouldn't mean upholding traditions or dynamics that cause harm. For instance, imagine a family where every disagreement ends in yelling and hurtful words or silent treatments. Over time, this becomes the normal way to handle conflict, even though it hurts everyone involved. Breaking this pattern means being the first to suggest healthier ways to communicate, like talking calmly or seeking help. Growth often requires challenging the status quo and breaking free from behaviors that no longer serve you or your loved ones. Attending events that derail your healing process. Do you ever feel guilty for setting boundaries? Ask yourself, is that guilt coming from love or control? For example, your family invites you to a holiday gathering where toxic behaviors are always present. People argue, criticize, and blame each other, or bring up past issues that set you back in your healing. You feel guilty for not attending, but prioritizing your mental health by setting that boundary doesn't mean you love your family any less. It means you're taking care of yourself. You don't necessarily have to be at gatherings that harm your emotional well-being. Setting boundaries is a way of showing love for yourself. Image over reality. On the outside, everything looks perfect. Smiling photos, grand gestures, and family traditions. But behind closed doors, they hide problems to protect their reputation, even if it hurts the people inside. This pressure to keep up appearances can make you feel like your feelings or struggles don't matter. If you feel forced to act like everything's fine, it might be time to choose honesty over appearances. True love shouldn't feel like a performance. Avoiding the truth to keep the peace. You find yourself bending the truth or avoiding honest conversations to prevent arguments because it might seem easier at the moment. But it creates a false sense of harmony. It keeps real issues buried and relationships shallow. True peace comes from addressing conflicts with care and respect, not ignoring them. There should be honest communication in a family. It builds trust and allows for genuine growth. If you can relate to most of these signs, it doesn't mean your family is bad, but it does mean there's work to be done. Recognizing these patterns is a huge step towards breaking free from control and finding your voice. Start small. Set boundaries where you can talk to someone you trust or seek help from a professional. Healing is possible, and it starts with understanding that you deserve love without conditions. Have you ever felt trapped by family expectations or dynamics? How did you find freedom? Share your story. It might inspire someone to take their first step toward healing.
God damn.
Thanks for being here. We'll see you soon.
God damn. What the actual fuck?
Selfishness.
They just described my family life and when I was living back with my parents. Oh my god, they described all that shit to a T. What the actual fuck? I'm too high for that shit. For them to be that accurate and on point. Wow. God damn. That is just crazy. Ooh, 7 signs your parents are toxic. Huh. I bet all the boxes are checked on that too.
We all know that good parenting involves unconditional love and support. It was even found that affection can affect brain development. So it's not just touchy-feely stuff. Unfortunately, not all parents provide this kind of nurturing. Instead, they exhibit behaviors that are downright toxic and sabotage the possibility of a healthy, fulfilling relationship with their children. Wondering what those things are?
Yeah.
Here, let's take a look. Number 1, they project their negativity onto you.
Check.
This is when the parent places things they dislike or can't face about themselves onto their children. So instead of the parent saying, "I'm disappointed in myself," they persistently tell their child that life is unfair, that the child is unlucky, or maybe even tell the child they're unworthy, so they should expect to fail. This is incredibly damaging, as the child who is still developing takes the parent's words as absolute truth, and they'll start to embody those negative projections. Number 2, they show little to no empathy.
Check.
Consider if, when going to your parent for help with a problem, or in grief, you hear something like, "Why is everything always about you?" Or, "No one ever cares about the parent. It's only your needs that are important, right?" The parent might even be dismissive of your concern and change the subject to something they deem important, meaning something to fulfill their own needs, not yours. They don't think, consider, or really care about how you or other people feel. It's all about them. And the concept of other people having equally valid feelings is incomprehensible. This is terrible, as this sends a clear message that they simply don't care for the child as an individual. Number 3, they're overly critical.
Check, check.
Yes, we make mistakes, and yes, part of parenting is to make the child aware that something is a mistake in the first place so they can learn. There is a limit, though, before it turns into abuse. Overly critical is when the child has tried repeatedly to correct things or improve, yet they're still offensively wrong. An example could be, you only got 80%, you were lazy and didn't study, which leads to, you only got 90%? Do I have an idiot for a child? And even at 100, what? The teacher finally took pity on you? Or, so you got 100, but you neglected your chores. If you can't do both, you're just useless. So the child grows up believing they're never good enough. Maybe they're defective, or maybe they deserve to be treated badly. Number 4, despite knowing your boundaries, they ignore them. Ever been just relaxing quietly in your room and your parent just barges in with no warning? Or maybe out of the blue they force advice on you about something you never even hinted to them you needed or wanted help with. And if you dare to say something about it, you likely get the, I'm the parent, so I have the right to. No, this is ridiculous. Unless the child is so young that they can't do basic functions for themselves yet. Any healthy relationship must include personal boundaries that are respected by all parties. A one-off could be that they didn't know or there was some sort of emergency. A repeated offense, especially if some excuse of, because I'm the parent, is given, means they don't respect you as a person, and that is not healthy. Number 5, they insult you to hurt you. This is different from a joke burn war, where it's been firmly established by all that it's a fake insult for humor. This is the kind where you're humiliated or shamed, often for no reason or perhaps as a response to an accomplishment you've shared. They might even do this in front of others just to dig even deeper. This is not tough love to keep you humble. This is flat-out abuse that makes the child feel alienated, anxious, or depressed. The child's whole future outlook could be shackled with low self-esteem. Number 6, you are always the reason for anything negative, even if you're actually not. Ever being blamed for being born? You know, comments like, you ruined my life. I couldn't reach my goals because I had to raise you. Or maybe somehow everything that is inconvenient in your life is your fault. Like you're some sort of supernatural harbinger of doom, affecting events and places you've never even seen. Common sense goes out the window and they take everything they're dissatisfied with and somehow make it your doing. Which, by the way, is 99.99% impossible. If you can relate to this, you have dysfunctional parents. Really, it's them, not you. And number 7, they are all take and no give. We don't mean things like money or gifts, although that could be part of it. This is like those situations where a parent, instead of going to a qualified counselor or even an adult friend, decides to emotionally dump on their 12-year-old instead. All the child knows is that the parent is upset, so they try to comfort them as best they can. A child is defined as a child here because their brains haven't developed to maturity yet. They should not and cannot handle that kind of responsibility in a healthy way. It's supposed to be the parent supporting, guiding, and comforting the child. Making the child be the parent is a real phenomenon called, unsurprisingly, parentification. And it also means that when the child is in need of comfort, the parent doesn't reciprocate. Healing yourself from toxic parenting is in your power. You and only you have control of your own feelings and attitudes. Your parents are, likewise, the only ones who can control and change their own feelings and attitudes. It's time to free yourself from that burden. If you believe it's your fault, they aren't being better people, because it isn't. You are never obligated to be abused, nor are you obligated to take on your parents' issues that they've ignored in themselves. Look out for yourself and be someone you like and respect. We know you can do it. Did you recognize any of these signs? Has this video changed the way you see things that have happened in the past? Please feel free to discuss below, and we'll see you soon. Hey, Psych2Goers.
Thank you for taking me down my childhood. Damn.
and the ability to function in society. But we didn't have any idea how much impact it had until the late 1990s, when a curious doctor made a groundbreaking discovery. Dr. Felitti led an obesity clinic at Kaiser Permanente. In the late 1980s, he observed a strange phenomenon where many patients who successfully lost weight quickly regained it. Some even dropped out of the program even though they were successful. So he was curious about this pattern, so Dr. Felitti started interviewing patients to understand why they regained the weight. And during these interviews, he uncovered that a significant number of these patients had a history of childhood trauma and abuse. So he started to wonder if obesity might be a coping mechanism for dealing with the unresolved trauma. So Dr. Felitti collaborated with the CDC to ask over 17,000 adults about their exposure to various types of childhood trauma. And these are called adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs for short. The original ACEs study identified 10 categories of these experiences, which can be grouped into 3 broad categories. Abuse, which includes physical and emotional and sexual abuse. Neglect, which is physical and emotional neglect. And household dysfunction, which includes domestic violence, substance abuse, untreated mental illness, parental separation or divorce, or parental incarceration. Now, the original study didn't explore other forms of adversity, like environmental violence, like war or gang violence or crime, or relocation, like moving, asylum seeking, or divorce, grief and loss, racism, prejudice, or poverty. But even just with their limited study, they had 2 findings that changed our understanding of childhood trauma forever. First, they found that a huge number of people have experienced at least one ACE, 64% of people. And then they found that 17% of children, so that's 1 in 6 children, experience at least 4 ACEs. Even more specifically, 28% of women and 16% of men reported being sexually abused during their childhoods. And this study was done with a mostly middle-class white folk, but the rates are actually probably higher with other demographics. So that was the first finding, that childhood trauma is way too pervasive. And then the second big finding, Dr. Felitti found that this trauma is directly correlated with a wide range of negative health outcomes in adulthood, including chronic disease, mental health issues, substance abuse, and early death. Okay, so let's dive into this a little bit. Let's explore the impact of childhood trauma on physical health. So ACEs increase your chance of autoimmune conditions, heart disease, diabetes, or obesity. With 6 ACEs, you are twice as likely to have cancer and 15% more likely to have a chronic disease like heart, lung, or liver disease. ACEs fuel behavioral problems like substance abuse, smoking, risky sexual behavior, and criminal activity. With 4 or more ACEs, you're 17 times more likely to struggle in school and 7 times more likely to be an alcoholic. And then, of course, childhood trauma massively impacts mental health. People who didn't experience ACEs as a child have around a 12% chance of experiencing depression, compared to a 35% chance for men and a 66% chance for women who did experience ACEs in their childhood. With an ACE score of 6, there's a 5,000% increase in suicide attempts, in the likelihood of a suicide attempt. And adverse childhood experiences increase your chances of PTSD, anxiety, and most other mental health concerns. And ACEs are directly related to at least 1/3 of mental health conditions in adulthood. So by helping children grow up in safer homes, we could reduce the rate of depression by 44%. And this is just so impactful. The ACEs study was one of the first to demonstrate how childhood trauma could have a lasting impact on physical and mental health. And childhood trauma can impact basically every aspect of your life. The ACEs study showed that it can impact our ability to form healthy relationships or perform at work. Now, I do think that almost everyone experiences something in their childhood that they could consider traumatic, and the study found that 2/3 of people experienced at least one of these events on the ACEs list. But when we have supportive adults in our lives, most of us have the capacity to process through a traumatic experience. Sadly, though, at least 1/3 of the kids with an ACE had at least 4 ACEs, which means that they were living with recurring trauma that permeated multiple aspects of their life. And this trauma was often coming from the people who were supposed to be supporting them. The ACEs study found that the more ACEs a person experiences, the higher risk for these negative impacts in their adult years. So in addition to the individual suffering caused by childhood trauma, it's also really expensive for our society. The Journal of American Medical Association recently published a new study that found that ACEs cost our nation a staggering $14 trillion annually because of the related health conditions, but also the cost of law enforcement and substance abuse treatments and incarceration, all the lost productivity that people have due to disabilities from depression and other mental health concerns. Now, childhood trauma is having a massive impact on our society and on our individual and personal health. But this isn't all bad news. Understanding ACEs has led to the development of trauma-informed care. So this helps teachers and doctors and therapists recognize and respond to the effects of trauma in both children and adults. So that's one of the good things that came from this study. So let's just explore for a second why trauma can be so harmful to physical health, and then we'll explore what we can do about it. So, how does trauma increase the risk of disease? Chronic exposure to stress during childhood can lead to long-lasting changes in how the body and the brain react to stress, which can contribute to various health problems later in life. The body's stress response system, also known as the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, the HPA axis, is responsible for managing how the body reacts to stress. When faced with a stressful situation, the HPA axis triggers the release of stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. These hormones prepare the body for a fight or flight response, which increases your heart rate, your blood pressure, your blood sugar levels, and a bunch of other physiological changes. Now, adversity isn't inherently bad. When a child faces adversity and has caring adults to support them and access to resources to recover and restore their sense of safety, they can develop a healthy response to stress, where their parasympathetic response, the calming response in the nervous system, kicks on. And adversity, with support, can make them more resilient, confident, and capable. But when a child is isolated or threatened by their own caregivers or exposed to repeated stressors, they never get a chance to restore that sense of safety. So this creates chronic stress, which can interfere with the body's natural ability to regulate. The HPA axis can become dysregulated and can get stuck in one of two states: hyperarousal, which is where the stress response becomes overactive, which leads to consistently high levels of cortisol and other stress hormones. And this chronic stress response can damage body systems over time, including cardiovascular, immune, and digestive systems. And then the second way the nervous system can respond is sometimes it gets stuck in hypoarousal. So the HPA axis becomes underactive, leading to an insufficient release of cortisol. This is essentially getting stuck in the freeze state or the shutdown state. And this can make it difficult for the body to respond appropriately to stress. So this might leave an individual feeling overwhelmed or unable to cope with challenges. It looks like depression. Now, ACEs can also cause structural and functional changes in key brain areas involving stress regulation. So this includes the amygdala, which plays a crucial role in processing fear and emotional responses. It can become hyperactive due to ACEs, and this makes people more sensitive to perceived threats, and it leads to these heightened anxiety and fear responses. The prefrontal cortex is responsible for executive functions like decision-making and impulse control, and this can become less effective in regulating emotional responses after trauma. So people who've experienced trauma have a harder time making rational decisions and managing stress and dealing with the pressures of life. Changes to the hippocampus can impair memory and cognitive function, and they can also reduce our ability to properly assess and respond to stressful situations. Okay, so long story short, childhood trauma, it's really harmful to our mental health, our physical health, our brain, and our stress response in our nervous system. But can it be treated afterwards? Yes. As we learn how trauma impacts mental and physical health, better treatments for trauma have been developed. So schools, workplaces, and doctors are implementing trauma-informed care, and individuals can get support through various types of therapy, education, and experiences. I have a whole playlist on these treatments, so you could check that out. I'll link that in the description. But I really do believe that we humans have a massive potential for post-traumatic growth, and we have the ability to heal and to learn to regulate our nervous systems and to improve our brain and body's ability to regulate stress. It's just that most people have never been taught how to do so. So if you want to learn more, there's a ton of resources out there. I'm making a document to put as many of the good ones as I
I feel like people need to hear that about certain shit like this. You know, I've been talking about it. You know, about me going through a lot of childhood trauma and everything, but I feel like maybe if you guys hear it from like a different source, like Psych2Go or somebody who focuses on mental health, maybe you'll get a better understanding of me and what and how I operate and why I operate the way I do, what have you. You know, sometimes you can't. Sometimes people just can't accept it right from the source. They have to go ask around, and I feel like I can't be understood when I talk. So, them talk for me. But pretty much the same thing I've been saying. Yeah. What time is it anyway? It is 1:21. How far of a walk is Walmart? Two hours and 17 minutes. Well, I take a walk at 4 o'clock in the morning, every morning anyway, to do some cardio, so I'll walk to Walmart just during this morning's walk. So we got 3.5 hours. 2.5 hours. I'll just keep this live stream going, I guess. And 4 o'clock I'll head out. I should start filling those other containers up there. The only reason I stopped filling them up is because the handles of my pot was getting really hot. So I had to let it cool down some. I didn't change my shirt. This one's soaked this already. Where this one come from? This is a print. That's fine. Not for disposables. There. One second. I think I'm just gonna limit my clothing choices to those bags until I finish washing and drying all of them. Then I'll pull some more out of the closet and whatever I wear has to come out of them, out of the ones that aren't washed and out on the floor. That way I'm not putting on something clean and dirtying another article of clean clothing while I'm in the process of washing everything. You know, the reason why I had like 3 feet of clothes in my closet floor is because every single month, or I don't know, since I moved in here, every single month I would be looking forward to going to the laundromat and all excited, and then I'd pay my bills and buy an animatronic, and by the time I did all that, I wouldn't have a pocket piss in our window to throw it out of, and I would get upset and just throw my clothes in the bottom of the closet. And over the past 2 years, the clothes have accumulated in there to like 3 feet. So that's why it seems like all I'm doing is washing clothes, but no, I'm just trying to locate the floor in my closet again. In theory, I could go to the laundromat with a bunch of this shit, but if I'm going to the laundromat, I'm gonna go there with my blankets and pillows. Big shit. That would take an obscene amount of time to dry if I was to do it here. And with me canceling a lot of my subscriptions and getting refunds, apparently I have $73 to my name now, so bonus. I have bonuses. Yay! Maybe I'll get a drink. Ooh! Holy shit. There is a karaoke night, too, at the end of this month. Check my calendar here. It's the 26th, so I'm gonna make sure to put away $10 for that so I can get a, Pepsi or something. She real animatronic? What is she? I don't want. I gotta turn this off. I don't know if there's copyright and shit on here, but there's a dark gravity Sally. So she might be animatronic. Sally Corporation makes really good hyper-realistic animatronics. They look like you can't even tell whether they're real or not. The thumbnail looks like a woman dressed up, but I'll be damned if she's animatronic. I can tell by her movements. But looking at the picture I couldn't tell at all. That's a name? Okay. I'm gonna have to go on a road trip just to see this thing. Wow. Aside from, the only way I could tell that she's not a real person is by her rigid movements. But if it was just a picture, I would swear it was a real person. This is, like I said, Sally Corporation, the best animatronic company out there. I'd give everything I ever had for an animatronic from them. Oh, this ride looks badass. A little modern for my likings. Now, my favorite dark ride has been, and always will be, Trimper's Haunted House at Ocean City's Boardwalk in Maryland. Actually, I think that's my favorite ride in general. Yeah, this ride looks way too modern, like something that should be in Disney World, not a place like Maine. I can't get behind all the screens they use on rides nowadays either. Let me elaborate on that. See, when I was growing up, and would go to Disney World or one of those places that had like a haunted house or a dark ride, it would be animatronics and actors and practical effects. Nowadays, a lot of this, most of the time, you can't go into a ride without seeing something on a screen, like a movie screen or projection. And I'm sorry, that's just lazy to me. For me, that's just lazy. Like, if I wanted to see something on a screen, I'd buy a ticket at the cinema. I don't want that experience when I'm on a ride going through. I want to see things that are three-dimensional and moving around, not sitting there on a screen and having to put on glasses to make it three-dimensional. That's lazy ass. That's lazy. That's a half-ass ride, if you ask me. Like they have this Skull Island ride at Disney World or Universal or whatever. I've seen videos of it, and most of that, the time when you see King Kong on this ride, it's a fucking movie screen. I'm sorry, I already saw Jack Black starring in King Kong, and I saw it in theaters. I don't need to see it when I go to Disney World, especially for the price you pay to get into those parks. Man, they can go sit down somewhere with that shit. If you're gonna, the way you're paying like $100 for a ticket to get into those parks, and for what? To see all these things that on screens, and you have to put on glasses to make it look like it's popping out at you. No, bullshit. All that money, they should replace those screens with animatronics. When I saw King Kong on a ride, it was back in the 90s, and it was a giant animatronic King Kong throughout this ride. And we were set on a subway train, and it was like you were going through New York on one of those, and you would see King Kong popping up at you and like staring in at the train. It was intense. It was wild. It gave me nightmares for years. In fact, I still have nightmares about it to this day. That's the kind of shit that they need, not a movie screen. But people are lazy these days. It sucks. And it has been an hour and 24 minutes. I think it's safe when the pot handles cool down to start pouring again. I'm back. Back with this. I like this. I'm gonna be putting this on my one of my closet doors. How it fit. Yeah, that's really cool. Good spot for it too, considering there's a couple holes in the wall. Well, what to do now? I've been wondering. Put my breakfast in there. Keep it clean. There's only one breakfast. Yeah, I managed to get it clean. I had the other one, the other wrapping that I cut out clean, but as soon as I took it off from drying, it went right on the dirty floor. Just left it blank, and I'm just gonna put these in the junk drawer. I'll finally be able to finish my blackout curtain today. And I go to Walmart and get my hot glue sticks. I think I should do that for this room too, possibly. I need to see this light. Yeah. Yeah. You're a carrot, you're straight away, huh? That's why I love screen breaking down this sheet that I'm going to use for my blackout curtains. What purpose this was intended for. so I'm gonna wash them again. One good polish up before I put them on my projects. Pardon me. That'd be normal. This fabric might be a dry rot. Easy. You get a straight line with dry rot fabric. Clown color. Elastic and more fabric. And once I have this all together on my blackout curtain, and I can use it for other things. I'm falling asleep a little bit. Thank you. Considering I have to be at Walmart at 6. That's really heavy. Okay. least until I get back from Walmart. Done and run a little bit. Good. So I get some. I guess I had some caffeinated drink. Ooh. Running out of steam, big time. And what time is it? I gotta leave in 2 hours. Damn. How long have we been going for? About an hour 50. Holy shit, man. See if my hours have been updated. As of August 9th, 1,971 out of 3,000. They're getting up, going back up, good. Once it gets close to 2,000, oh, it just drops for some reason. Every time it gets close to 2,000, I see it dropping. I need 1,029 watch hours. Damn. I have to do live streams like this every day until I reach that goal, and then once that goal is taken care of, what did I say I was going to do with that? Oh, dancing, after parties. Because what I used to do was I used to have my live streams, and then I would have an after party as a thank you for watching my live streams and helping get my hours. I would have an after party where I would dance and sing to copywritten material and then delete it as soon as it finished uploading. Ooh. That's why it's the. I am at 5% battery, so I have to charge my phone right now. Otherwise, I'd stay on for another 2 hours. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna. There. that works too. Now my phone's charging. I think I'm gonna just try and stay on here for another 2 hours until 4 o'clock and then start walking to Walmart. Man, I'm tired. Oh. And, oh, that's the phone that has my music on it. Okay, I'm good. I was gonna say I was gonna have to charge my phone quickly, but this phone doesn't have my music on it. This is the phone that I have for my live streams. So good. I do have to set a timer for 10 minutes for that water. Yeah, I should have all those filled up by the time 4 o'clock comes. 2 hours, man, I'm tired as hell. I think I've been awake since, yeah, well, that's about the size of it. I don't. That choice shit made me gassy. I don't know why. I'm already up to 7% good. So I'm just checking my out of messages. I wouldn't be surprised if I started getting harassed there. do another what I should do is take all these bags and put them in one great big bag and take them to the laundromat with my $75. Now, I'll see what happens after I do that. First I'm gonna take care of going to Walmart, and if I have enough left over from that, yeah. Set my timer. Check sniffies. One message in like 2 weeks. You know, I think out of all the places I've ever been in my life, St. Louis has to be the worst place to get laid. tired. I always play with my head when I'm tired. Most of these people on here are OnlyFans creators now too. These dating apps are just going to trash. Best way to pass the time though. If you're looking to kill time, I want to date again. know what hours I've been wasting. My pop. Yeah, my time goes by. I'm back. Oh, man. Another hour and 10 minutes. Yeah. Pardon me. Hmm. Dear God, there was a woman on here. And then we can, again. Yeah. And another one. Switch line. 40 minutes. My God, all these women on you getting up. Yeah. I might have to stop like really some hot. Yeah, 3 minutes. Well, time to do 5 minutes. Why are they letting women on gay dating sites nowadays? That's crazy. Well, that definitely makes the time go by fast. It's not here. Why wouldn't it? These guys are nothing but waste of time. Well, I'm gonna be late for my leave. What's that say? I'll go home. Come on. 9 minutes. Do 8 minutes. And the last one, yeah.